This is an ad. Join us for Frozen Adventure. Oh, look, you're both dressed as your dolls. Let's see what our imagination takes us. Does somebody want to build a snowman? Wow, this is amazing. Okay, let's get building. What can we make? Amazing snowmen! So cool! Now, let's try the ice slide. A dance floor? Just what we wanted! This is so much fun. Come on, let's do it all again. All products sold separately.
What if employer-sponsored insurance didn't have to be group insurance? Group health plans often come with rising costs. And more importantly, healthcare isn't a group decision. It's personal. Even with the buying power of an
the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused treatment for UC that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Now is the time to talk with your doctor about the results you want, rapid response, and for many people, visible improvement of the gut lining. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk.
us for Frozen Adventure. Oh, look, you're both dressed as your dolls. Let's see what our imagination takes us. Does somebody want to build a snowman? Wow, this is amazing. Okay, let's get building. What can we make? Amazing snowmen! So cool! Now, let's try the ice slide. Woo-hoo! A dance floor? Just what we wanted! This is so much fun. Come on, let's do it all again. All products sold separately.
Our commitments are what shape our lives. They're what make you, you. And when it comes to selecting a birth control method, the Twirla patch sticks with you. Twirla is a birth control patch for women with a BMI of less than 30 kilograms per meter squared who can become pregnant. Twirla is less effective in women with a BMI of 25 or more. Each month, you'll apply one patch a week for 3 weeks, and the 4th week is patch-free. No pills, devices, or procedures. Made with a low dose of estrogen, 5 layers, and soft woven fabric, Twirla is the only patch with skin fusion technology that is designed to move with your body. Do not use Twirla if you smoke cigarettes and are over 35 years old. Smoking increases your risk of serious cardiovascular side effects. This risk increases with age and the number of cigarettes you smoke. Do not use Twirla if your BMI is 30 or more. If you do not know what your BMI is, please talk to your healthcare provider. Continue watching for additional important risk information at the end of this video. Twirla is a low-dose, once-weekly combined hormonal contraceptive patch containing 30 micrograms of ethanol estradiol daily. A birth control choice that keeps up with everything you do, so you can focus on what matters most. Ask your doctor about the Twirla patch today. Continue watching for additional important risk information at the end of this video.
Want to know more about you? Like, a lot more? Join the millions of others who've made discoveries with Ancestry DNA. Learn more than ever at Ancestry.
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you with top quality primers, durable interior and exterior paints, and specialty products to help grow your business. Dutch Boy Professional Series paints, available at Menards.
Eddie Bauer. For over 100 years, we've made clothes with style and comfort. For the mountain climbers and the park walkers. For the campers and the glampers. For the canoers and the row-your-boaters too. So whether it's windy, rainy, snowy or chilly, we're for the adventuresome and those who adventure some. Eddie Bauer is for everyone. Even if your idea of the outdoors is chilling on the deck. For the outdoors and the outdoorsy, Eddie Bauer.
I crafted amazing furniture. I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you with top quality primers, durable interior and exterior paints, and specialty products to help grow your business. Dutch Boy Professional Series paints, available at Menards.
Want to know more about you? Like a lot more? Let's start with who you come from and where. What was it like there? And how did you end up here? Why do you look like mom but act like dad? And what are you passing down to the kiddos? Grab an Ancestry DNA kit and see where it takes you. Learn more than ever at Ancestry.
crafted amazing furniture. I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you with top quality primers, durable interior and exterior paints, and specialty products to help grow your business. Dutch Boy Professional Series paints, available at Menards.
I crafted amazing furniture. I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you with top quality primers, durable interior and exterior paints, and specialty products to help grow your business. Dutch Boy Professional Series paints, available at Menards.
is a legend. Who can we thank for that? There were generations of dads who passed down their legacies. Discover who they were and how they led to you with an Ancestry Family History membership. See your roots and where those stories came from with an Ancestry DNA kit. Put them together, and there you are. Get started today at Ancestry.
I crafted amazing furniture. I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you with top quality primers, durable interior and exterior paints, and specialty products to help grow your business. Dutch Boy Professional Series paints, available at Menards.
Dad is a legend. Who can we thank for that? There were generations of dads who passed down their legacies. Discover who they were and how they led to you with an Ancestry Family History membership. See your roots and where those stories came from with an Ancestry DNA kit. Put them together, and there you are. Get started today at Ancestry.
crafted amazing furniture. I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Are you working hard, but still struggling to make ends meet? What if you could create an extra stream of income without quitting your job? At Miki Digital, we've made it simple. Start with our free on-demand webinar, where we show you exactly how everyday people are building additional income online. And if you want to go deeper, our detailed training is just $149 risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Don't wait another month. Register today at mikidigital.com and see what's possible for you.
Diagnosed with Crohn's disease and struggling with your symptoms? It's not too soon to talk to your doctor about Entyvio for moderate to severe Crohn's and learn about the results you need, including rapid symptom relief and long-term remission. Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for Crohn's that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Learn more about the only treatment for Crohn's that works right where you need it, and ask your doctor about gut-focused Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen.
Gut-focused Entyvio.
Today's cup of Scooter's coffee was sweatily earned in one trip from the car to the apartment door. So enjoy that delicious cup of Scooter's coffee, you one-trip wonder. You earned it.
Mystery Plush Collection has arrived. Get ready because Dragon Worlds are coming to life with epic collectible mystery plushies. There are 8 amazing dragons, and guess what? They come in different sizes too. Unlock the mystery with the Aphmau Mystery Plus Collection.
One missed escalation email. That's all it takes to disrupt your supply chain. A supplier issue goes unnoticed. Shipment stalled. Deadlines slip. And suddenly, a single inbox oversight snowballs into millions lost and trust destroyed. That's why there's SSM, Supplier Service Management. With SSM, you can bring new suppliers on board in days, not weeks, through self-serve portals and automated approval flows that eliminate the back and forth. It's time to get ahead of the risk with a solution that's built just right for you.
The brand new Aphmau Mystery Plush Collection has arrived. Get ready because Dragon Worlds are coming to life with epic collectible mystery plushies. There are 8 amazing dragons, and guess what? They come in different sizes too. Unlock the mystery with the Aphmau Mystery Plus Collection.
the dawn of a new era. Your chance to do what no one saw coming. To do what inspires you. To do what makes a difference. The University of Toledo. The power to do. It's the dawn of a new era. Your chance to do what no one saw coming. To do what inspires you. To do what makes a difference. At the University of Toledo, we're shaping the doers of tomorrow. Those who dare to do what others only dream. The University of Toledo, the power to do.
The bike dealer you trust, trusts Velotric.
Hi, I'm Peter, and I'm a Velotric dealer. Velotric just gets it right. The right bikes, the right design, and the right engineering. They're just better than their competition at this point, and that's why I chose to hitch my wagon to them. It's clear they're working with their customers to gather their feedback and implementing them into a line of products that meet the user's needs. Me? I'm a guy who got on an e-bike once, changed my life. A Velotric dealer and an e-bike convert.
Has arrived. Get ready because Dragon Worlds are coming to life with epic collectible mystery plushies. There are 8 amazing dragons, and guess what? They come in different sizes too. Unlock the mystery with the Aphmau Mystery Plus collection.
business spends 18 hours a week to collect payments from customers, 64% of invoice payments aren't made, creating pressure on cash flow. And cash flow delays can drastically limit the growth of any business. No industry is immune to delayed invoice payments. For example, commercial landscaping, for medical device manufacturers, for manufacturing machinery, or professional equipment. Do you know your business's percentage of late payments? Improve your business's disrupted cash flow cycle with Bill 360. Accelerate your cash flow through invoice automation that speeds up your workflow. Integrated payments, cards, check, and ACH. two-way collaboration to resolve customer questions, data insights that help you quickly identify outstanding payments, and a visual dashboard that summarizes the status of your business at your fingertips. Bridge the gap between billing and payments and let Bill 360 lay the foundation for your business's success. Schedule a demo today and let us help put your cash flow on the fast track.
Get ready, because Dragon Worlds are coming to life with epic collectible mystery plushies. There are 8 amazing dragons, and guess what? They come in different sizes too. Unlock the mystery with the AFNO Mystery Plus collection.
The dawn of a new era. Your chance to do what no one saw coming. To do what inspires you. To do what makes a difference. The University of Toledo. The power to do.
We at Fujitsu are proud to be network experts and have eons of experience doing so. Additionally, in operations, we've had a culture of automation and data analytics to drive tons of digital improvements and self-serve capabilities. So now, to be successful and effective in this AI universe, our approach is to combine the power of human intelligence as network experts and the magic of machine intelligence as algorithm experts. Several years ago, we transformed our entire operations infrastructure for our NOC and TAC customers from on-prem to the cloud, along with a whole host of applications on top of it. So that enabled numerous automations, integrations, and visualizations for several functions such as incident management, service assurance, service activation, lifecycle management, among others. Now, with the advent of AI in ops, it helps organizations bring all of that big data from various different technology stacks together and surface only the most relevant actionable insights and apply the advanced algos to deliver more meaningful alerts and warnings. So the idea we're following is to co-innovate both with our internal R&D teams and external partners to use AI/ML models and applications to improve response and resolution times, better the alarm level correlations for faster root cause, and then reduce escalation by looking up information and log parsing on Gen AI LLMs. Also, we can help our customers connect communities in a secure, advanced, and scalable manner.
has arrived. Get ready because the Elemental and Dragon Worlds are coming to life. With epic collectible mystery plushies, there are 8 amazing dragons and also 8 incredible elemental females waiting to be discovered. And guess what? They come in different sizes too. So which will you find? Dive into 2 magical mystery worlds, the Elemental or the Dragon Collection, and start your adventure today. Unlock the mystery with the AFML Mystery Plus Collection.
We at Fujitsu are proud to be network experts and have eons of experience doing so. Additionally, in operations, we've had a culture of automation and data analytics to drive tons of digital improvements and self-serve capabilities. So now, to be successful and effective in this AI universe, our approach is to combine the power of human intelligence as network experts and the magic of machine intelligence as algorithm experts. Several years ago, we transformed our entire operations infrastructure for our NOC and TAC customers from on-prem to the cloud, along with a whole host of applications on top of it. So that enabled numerous automations, integrations, and visualizations for several functions, such as incident management, service assurance, service activation, lifecycle management, among others. Now, with the advent of AI in ops, it helps organizations bring all of that big data from various different technology stacks together and surface only the most relevant actionable insights and apply the advanced algos to deliver more meaningful alerts and warnings. So the idea we're following is to co-innovate both with our internal R&D teams and external partners to use AI/ML models and applications to improve response and resolution times, better the alarm level correlations for faster root cause, and then reduce escalation by looking up information and log parsing on Gen AI LLMs. Also, we can help our customers connect communities in a secure, advanced, and scalable manner.
Hate reminding customers their invoices are overdue? Bill 360 automates your invoicing process and gets you paid an average of 36% faster. Best part, we put an end to those awkward conversations.
plushies. There are 8 amazing dragons, and guess what? They come in different sizes too. Unlock the mystery with the AFNO Mystery Plus collection.
I don't have to mess with the software. It just does its thing and I can focus on doing my job. FlexFees have helped for us to be able to save up for all of those expenses that we hear. So I'm Jared. I'm one of the owners. My wife and I own CrossFit 1926. We've been doing CrossFit for 10 years. We have a 13,000 square foot facility. We are simply focused on providing CrossFit. That's it. We want to do one thing, and we want to do that one thing really well. I spent several months looking at all of the software packages out there. I didn't want to have all sorts of different software platforms to use, this for this and this for that. Of course, ultimately settled on Zen Planner. And I'll say Zen Planner helps us keep organized so that we can just go down the list and do what we have to do. Having the ability to use this FlexFees in particular to be able to pass on processing fees to our members, they've all accepted it and we've had no problem. It's really allowed for us to keep member costs down and to give them the flexibility on what kind of fees they're going to want to see too. And we've had tremendous success.
Has there been an overall increase in revenue since incorporating FlexFees?
Absolutely. It's been noticeable.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity,
your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot.
More beautiful than any opera.
beautiful than any opera. Flawless, gearless, and with a newly designed hinge capable of over 10 years of folding. With an IP68 dust and water resistant rating. Perfect for my dark sanctuary, right underneath their feet. 8 radiant inches of internal display. And Google Gemini, my faithful AI companion. The Pixel 10 Pro Fold is a masterpiece!
Did you hear that?
Hey, what?
Halloween tech fans, George here, and today we're diving into Google's latest hardware. But here's the headline. It's not just about the metal and glass, it's about the brain inside. And that brain's name is Gemini. The Google Pixel 10 Pro Fold features a 6.4-inch external screen that functions just like a regular Google Pixel. But when you unfold this beast, you unleash a massive 8-inch tablet-like display. Google has upped the Fold's durability with a new gearless hinge and an IP68 dust and water resistance rating. But real magic comes from the Pixel's new Tensor G5 chip, built to run Gemini. This changes everything. Imagine you're watching a presentation on one side of the screen. You can literally ask Gemini to summarize the key points and draft a follow-up email for you right here on the other side. Gemini understands the context. It makes multitasking so much smarter. The same goes for the incredible triple camera system. Gemini powers creative tools that let you edit photos with simple text commands. It's fast and it's brilliant. But this AI powerhouse isn't just in your pocket, it's on your wrist with the Pixel Watch 4. Now in 2 sizes, it's not just a tracker, it's your personal health coach. Gemini analyzes your Fitbit data and gives you actual proactive advice. It moves beyond just showing you charts to helping you improve your habits. And in your ears, your personal assistant. The Pixel Buds 2a use Gemini to help you get things done. Need directions to that new coffee shop? Want to brainstorm your next big idea while you're on a walk? Just say, "Hey Google." To sum it up, the hardware is fantastic, but the story here is Gemini. Google isn't just selling you a phone, a watch, and earbuds. They're selling an intelligent, connected ecosystem where Gemini makes every single device smarter and more helpful. Order all 3 at Verizon today.
Michael, you recently came out of your service for the IDF at the Gaza war. Can you describe the tunnels to me, given that you were in there?
My team was in charge of underground warfare. We had a tunnel. There were lockup cages the size of this table. It was like a prison, and it's not one person inside. They would put 12 hostages in one.
Chavez, maybe you can describe to us what you saw at Harvard.
I can't fight in the battlegrounds of Gaza or Yemen or Lebanon, but what I can do is I can fight in the battleground of ideas. The problem with Harvard is not the liberalism, it's the illiberalism. It was astounding to see the groupthink and political indoctrination, and I'm embarrassed to admit I was a product of this.
Why do you think October 7th happened?
I think there are still questions left unanswered, and there are people that need to be held accountable for it.
Michael and Chavez, thanks for coming on. What I love about my show is that I really get to gain a new perspective from people from all walks of life. And I love sharing it with my audience because I think it's so important to speak to people who have new perspectives. And in this case, the perspective that I'm going to get from you is of a younger generation. And you might be the youngest people who have ever been on my show. It's possible.
Thank you.
I'm not allowed to ask ages according to HR. But the truth is, I'm obviously very preoccupied with the future and the next generation. And your generation in particular has been through a lot. And I think that's an understatement, from COVID to the insanity on college campuses here in the United States and in the West in general. Chavez, you'll talk a little bit about your experience at Harvard. And for you, Michael, it's good to have you here. I know you recently came out of your service for the IDF at the Gaza war.
Thank you, yeah.
In one of those very dangerous units, you were part of the team that blew open Sinwar's tunnel. And so I think there's a lot for us to learn from your generation, and I'd like to do a lot of listening and questioning so that we can get a sense of, what does the future look like? I'm sure there is some frustration and some learning and resilience and hope and optimism. So let's get into it. Michael, I'm sure people are very curious as I started describing what you did in the Israeli military, but why don't you describe to us what you did there?
So I served in a unit called Yalom, that translates to diamond. It's a unit that specializes in explosives and demolition. The way we operate, we have various companies within the unit, whether it's bomb defusal, offensive demolition. My team in particular was in charge of underground warfare. We have various teams that specialize in it. My team was one of them. We specialize in tunnels, investigating them, neutralizing them.
What kind of training is done for soldiers like you?
We have 14 months of training. We go through basic combat, leadership, physical training, mental training, obviously demolition and explosive training. And then we have a whole phase, a whole part of our training is dedicated solely for underground warfare.
So describe to me Gaza, because here we are in the United States.
Yeah.
We think Los Angeles is small because it's within California. Los Angeles has about 11 million residents. That's already larger than the entire country of Israel. Gaza would be maybe as small as Santa Monica, and you all fought there for 2 years. So just give us a little bit of a sense of what this place was like, given that you were there, boots on the ground.
Images like to show a parking lot, basically. A lot of buildings flattened, sand, no sense of ability to live there. I mean, everything is destroyed, ruined. That's not necessarily the case. I mean, there are a lot of places where buildings completely intact, people going, and at the end of the day, we give specific areas where people are allowed to be, and then they stay there. It's not ideal, but as you said, it's a very small space. I think it's the most amount of people.
Very densely populated.
Yeah, exactly. From one side of Gaza to the other is 40, 30 minutes. Yeah.
So given that it's so small, I have to ask, why does it take the Israelis 2 years to be at war with Gaza, given the military capacity of the Israelis?
Because the war is not engaged in a way that any war in history was engaged, where you have one country, one army up against another. It has a lot of variables, mainly the moral ones. I mean, we could have finished it in a week. There is no comparison in the power force, in the manpower that we have as opposed to them. But wars in history, you would go fight another country, life would be lost, and at some point, white flag would be raised. That's enough. And they don't care about that, Hamas. I mean, we try and minimize as much as we can the civilian casualties, but it's not something they care about. They hide underground while all hell breaks loose upground. They don't mind that.
So it wasn't that when you entered with your unit into Gaza, it wasn't that you were there with your guns and they were confronting you with their guns and shooting at you. So you guys were walking in. What caused these buildings to collapse? You described buildings being collapsed. Did you just bomb these buildings in order to get into the tunnels? Just, I don't know, describe it a little bit to me. I know you're laughing at me, but
if we get to practicality, a collapsed building is a very hard thing for you if you're trying to get into a tunnel, but a lot of them are wired. Traps, bombs, they would set ambushes all around. You would have, for example, 3 buildings. One of them would be a point of interest. It could have a tunnel or ammunition, weapons, whatever it may be. And it would be set up with bombs and explosives. Then you'd have 2 other buildings with militants in them, with Hamas operatives. And they would wait for the IDF to walk in that building, blow it up, the building would collapse on our forces, then a rescue team would come, and then they would attack them from the 2 other buildings.
It's a very interesting perspective because I think for those of us here, we assumed when we saw the collapsed buildings that it was you guys, the Israelis, using drones or rockets to bomb these buildings from the top. But you're saying that it was the Hamas militants who would wire the buildings and then use them as traps to get you in there and have the buildings collapse on Israeli soldiers.
Yeah. We had instances where we did destroy buildings, but not without knowing it had some sort of interest, whether it served as a vantage point for Hamas operatives. We had buildings that you could see sniper positions within the buildings, just watching our forces or whatnot, or you would have weapons, tunnels, whatever it may be. And even in those instances, you just don't do that. I mean, it's a danger to our forces. You don't want to, by mistake, accidentally hurt someone that's not involved. So we try and avoid it as much as possible. So, yeah.
Can you describe the tunnels to me, given that you were in there? We've seen some footage online of how the hostages were held in these tiny tunnels, but you also described that the Hamas leadership, Sinwar included, they were living underground. So I can't imagine that kind of miserable existence for people to live underground for so long.
Well, it depends on who you're asking. The hostages, 100%. We had a tunnel that had, it was like a prison. There were lockup cages inside them. It was the size of this table, maybe just up to that wall.
And they were locked in there for 2 years.
Yeah, and it's not one person inside. They would put 12 hostages in one. And for Hamas operatives, for their leadership, they had hotels on the ground. Yes, you see the footage online of these tiny tunnels where you walk all the way miles upon miles. And that's true, that exists. Until you get into the front door, you enter, and it's a huge space on the size, maybe this, around the size of this. That's a room. The ceiling is as high. Underground, marble walls, king-size beds.
What does Sinwar's room look like? You saw it.
I didn't take measurements, but a huge TV, a king-size bed. You had marble ceiling, marble walls, marble floor. You had a carpet. There was fake grass there to, simulate a garden, like a backyard. They had a fully functioning kitchen, a shower, a bathroom, fully functioning water. There were multiple entrances, just in case one is blocked or we were coming one way, you could escape from another.
What was above ground?
A neighborhood.
Like where kids would live?
Yeah, a residential neighborhood, building.
And that's how he protected himself. So if you bombed his apartment, he would first have to kill children. For those who don't know who Sinwar was, will you just give us a quick, brief explanation of his significance in the terror?
So, Sinwar is basically the orchestrator of the whole thing. He was the leader of Hamas. Throughout the war, he was held in Israeli prisons for several years. He got educated. He actually had brain tumor or something, and we operated on him, saved his life.
The Israelis operated on him.
Yeah, saved his life, and he was released in the Gilad Shalit deal and rose to power.
Gilad Shalit was a former hostage that was held captive.
Exactly, yeah. He was an Israeli hostage held in Gaza, and in the exchange of him, we released 1,000 terrorists, and Sinwar was one of them, and he became the leader of Hamas.
So after he was released from Israeli prisons, he then went ahead and basically conducted this war. When you were walking around Gaza, did you see women, children walking around? And what was that like? I mean, it must be just completely heartbreaking to see these kids grow up like that.
Yeah, and people have their opinions online. We didn't engage as much with civilian population, but we had instances. There was the time where people from Khan Yunis moved to Rafah.
This was when you were moving the population away from areas where you were going to do a military operation.
Yeah. They were all channeled in one space to go there. And yeah, and you see it was sand and it was hard to move. You see people trying to push carts and not being able to do it. And you know who you're up against. And yeah, you're told that's the mission and these people support terrorists and all that. And you have your own opinions, but seeing an image of some guy trying to push a cart and you see a kid right next to him trying to help him push it, I find no pleasure in it. It doesn't make me happy. We saw an old lady collapsing there because it was too hard for her. We went over and gave her water and helped her.
I mean, it's interesting because the claim that Israel is committing genocide while you're moving the population, certainly if you wanted to commit genocide when they're all there, horrible things could have happened.
Sure.
But I think on the humane level, because, you know, now you're here, we're sitting together, I just can't imagine what it's like to engage with a population that is, in fact, suffering so much. You know, what was going through your mind?
It's just, you know, I remember the first time, specifically the image of that guy trying to push that cart and just, you see how hard he's trying, and you see the soldier, and he's scared because he's told we'll kill him or something, and he's scared and he's trying to push it real hard and he can't. And I'm just looking at him and I'm like, I don't want to be here. It's not fun.
How do you feel now that Donald Trump brought together so many countries to sign a peace deal? You and your friends, now you're out of the military. Hopefully you get to live a young person's life again.
I mean, over the top, it's great. I mean, that's what we want. We wanted the hostages back. None of us, I mean, if you ask most Israelis, they would have wanted the war to end. It's not a good life to live. You know, a kid shouldn't grow up with missiles above his head, turning on the TV, seeing, you know, faces and names of soldiers falling and people dying. We just want to be kids. You know, I hear a motorcycle accelerating. I think it's a siren. It's not a good life to live. We were all so happy and so impressed, you know, seeing all these people who don't like us being brought together to stop this, finally. It's great.
I know some of you are traveling also throughout Europe, and people have this instinct or have been brainwashed to call you war criminals because you served in the Israeli military. What does that feel like?
That's horrible. You just, it gets to a point where you're going back to Europe in the late 30s, 40s, where people ask you where you're from, and you think twice whether you should tell them it's Israel or not. Because you don't want that. You don't know who's standing in front of you, what they think. And even if it doesn't get physical and you're not really harmed, you didn't join the army to go and kill people. It's the Israeli Defense Forces. We're trying to protect our people.
Do you believe that really, given that you were in the military?
100%.
Do you really believe that Israel was defending itself and not, in fact, committing war crimes and genociding a population in Gaza? You were actually there.
I'll tell you something that is a little bit controversial. Part of my criticism is that I've seen people get hurt because of strict engagement rules, so that we don't hurt people who are not involved.
You're saying Israeli soldiers were hurt because you were defending
because of strict
Gazans.
engagement rules, whether it's entering buildings without fire upon entry, so we don't accidentally shoot someone, a kid, a woman, an uninvolved man, whatever it may be. And people got hurt because of it.
Like, what do you mean? Do you have any examples of Israeli soldiers actually dying or being hurt because you were trying to protect innocent civilians in Gaza?
Well, I wouldn't say try and protect, try not to hurt.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that we gathered them and, you know, we gave them places to go so they wouldn't get hurt. And even after that, if we have suspicion of people who are left behind, obviously, you know, you see a military-age man, it's kind of a different conversation. And still, you know what? We had someone stray away from that channel we talked about from Rafah, and he walked throughout the place we were at, and we stopped him we got a translator to talk to him and put him back in. No shooting, no nothing. Obviously, for our own sake, we made sure he had nothing on him. He had no bad intentions. But there is no... One of the goals for this war is not how many Palestinians you kill. It's not what we're looking to do. It's making sure October 7th doesn't happen again and the hostages come home.
Look, I served in the Israeli military. It was almost 20 years ago, so I know things have changed a lot. Frankly, I was shocked when I saw that the Gazans were able to penetrate into Israel and that it took so long for Israel to actually respond. And I've had multiple interviews with people from Israel, and I asked them the same question. You're young boots on the ground, trained by IDF recently. Why do you think October 7th happened? Is your generation complacent? Were they not properly trained? Did the Gazans get smarter? How is it possible that they got away with October 7th 2 years ago?
So the Gazans are smarter than they get credit for. By us, we let our guard down. I'll put it as simple and as I could. I remember we were supposed to have a huge drill in my unit, October 8th. A drill that simulates war. And I remember telling someone, I don't know why we're doing this. There'll be no war. This is stupid. Because we passed the statistic of the time between wars, and it was it was 11 years since the 2014 Operation Protective Edge, Tzuk Eitan in Hebrew. So it all seemed kind of weird. And then October 7th happened. So I think there are still questions left unanswered, and there are people that need to be held accountable for it. And part of the reason we're so happy this war is hopefully going to end is that we could start looking into what happened. I mean, there are a lot of answers that have been already given in terms of technical issues, whether it's manpower, issues within units, communications, assignment. You let 500 people storm a kibbutz, they'll start shooting each other. And we don't want to add to it. It was just a crazy day. We were caught off guard. It was a holiday. So just so you know, on holidays, if you're going home for more than a week, you deposit your weapon, and we try and keep the minimal manpower required. And it was just a matter of time.
Do you think the protocols have changed now in Israel? Is training different for soldiers now?
I'll tell you more than that. It's kind of a sad thing, but I remember saying after a while in the war, I had to talk about it with someone, and I told him people start to prepare for war after it already started. The things I was trained for were outdated. And a lot of people were trained on outdated things. And then war starts, and you start to rebuild yourself, and you teach yourself. You try and invent new methods and equipment and whatnot to go through it. And after that, I've seen in my unit how they trained it and made it a lot more efficient. And new gear, new methods, new protocols, new terrain, environments, everything you can think of changed because of it.
It's interesting. You got to wonder whether Hamas took advantage of the Israeli military might and strength and used that as a way to fight against you guys, because they were smaller, they were more nimble, they didn't have a massive operation where Israel's military has been around for a long time. It has this massive operation, and maybe things are outdated, and SOPs, standard operating procedures, etc., that have been done for so many years. It sounds like they kind of took advantage of you in the same way that you described fighting in Gaza. The war is not frontal anymore. It's really guerrilla war, which makes it very challenging when you talk about a sophisticated military. It's almost too big to succeed in these kinds of smaller environments. Shabbos, I want to bring you into the conversation. So we talked about your generation and the incredible challenges. Also going from COVID to the insanity on college campus. For those who don't know your background, maybe you can describe to us what you saw at Harvard and how you ultimately ended up here at PragerU.
Sure. Well, first of all, let me say, it used to be that on October 6th of 2023, if you were a young Jewish boy and you wanted to learn about or meet Jewish heroes, you would open up a textbook and you would learn about the Bar Kokhba revolt, you would learn about the Maccabees, you would perhaps learn the Hebrew Bible, and you would discover characters like Samson, Devorah, David. And then from October 7th onward, there was a paradigm shift. And for the first time, that young Jewish boy did not have to open up a textbook or learn the Hebrew Bible. They simply had to book a ticket on El Al and go to Israel and meet people like Michael and meet the Samsons and Devorahs and Davids who are quite literally walking the streets of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and Ra'anana and elsewhere. I mean, it is fascinating when you think about just how many heroes live and walk amongst us. So first and foremost, thank you. Thank you. I mean that seriously and genuinely for everything you and your people have done.
Well, I'll add then the Esthers and Mordechais here in the United States and in the West in general.
Right. Obviously,
100%.
So I can't fight in the battlegrounds of Gaza or Yemen or Lebanon. I mean, you can just compare my biceps to Michael's. But what I can do is I can fight in the battleground of ideas. I can fight in the court of law. I can fight in the court of public opinion, in the halls of Congress, the halls of power, media, social media. And that's what so many young American Jews, and not just Jews, but so many young Americans have been doing post-October 7th. So just very quickly in terms of my background, I grew up on the very far left of the political spectrum. I voted for Bernie Sanders twice. I marched for Black Lives Matter. I marched at the Supreme Court when Roe v. Wade was overturned. I've been doing a lot of repenting over the high holidays. And I remember even marching during the judicial reform protests in Tel Aviv against Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I went to Harvard to study religion. I wanted to explore religion from a pluralistic, academic, secular background, even though I was an Orthodox Jew. And I surmise that while it is true there will be an undercurrent of anti-Semitism and anti-American hostilities, if I, as a staunchly Orthodox Jew, but also staunchly progressive, would be able to meet those Harvard students and show them that I'm just like you. And if only they got to know me a little better, then I would sort of be able to sway them to my political way of seeing the world, certainly the way I saw Israel. And forget about October 7th just for a moment. But the blatant, the pervasive, the obvious anti-Americanism, political indoctrination that masqueraded itself as intellectual discourse and academic worth, when it is literally nothing other than a deep-seated hatred of Western civilization and Judeo-Christian values, was astounding. One quick example, this is before October 7th. There was a class being taught at Harvard University, and the professor gets up on the first day of class, I won't mention her name, and she says, this class is called Religion and Peace, the Case of Israel-Palestine. She says in politics, in media, in academia, the Zionist narrative is the dominant narrative, which is laughably absurd, but I digress. Therefore, to understand both sides of the story, she says, in this class, which again is called Religion and Peace, the Case of Israel-Palestine, we will not study, we will not discuss, we will not learn, we will not read any texts if they were written by Israelis. It was astounding to see the groupthink and political indoctrination. And it's fine if people disagree with the state of Israel or they don't consider them Zionists. The problem with Harvard, and I mentioned this at my speech at the Republican convention, is not the liberalism, it's the illiberalism. It's professors consistently teaching students not how to think, but what to think. And I'm embarrassed to admit I was a product of this. I wrote papers knowing what my professors wanted to read and wanted to hear, which is why I denounced, literally I denounced in my final paper in one of my courses, the religious Zionist values I had grown up with, and it's the only paper I ever got an A+ on, because that's what my professors wanted to hear.
Well, you mentioned that you were speaking at the Republican convention. I'd love people who are listening to hear, how did you go from being a progressive, maybe even leftist Jew to one of the most influential Jewish surrogates for Donald Trump, right?
That's an honor. Wow, thank you. I'd say this, the problem with October 7th is that it was not the story of October 7th. Hamas is a dictatorial, tyrannical regime that should be obliterated from the face of the earth, but they're very clear as to what their goals are. You can read their charter online in English. They call for the eradication of the Jewish state and the Jewish people from the river to the sea. Hassan Nasrallah, the since deposed head of Hezbollah, had stated for years, all the Jews should pack up and move to Israel because it'd be so much more convenient to kill you in one location than having to, hunt you down country to country. So when terrorists commit acts of terrorism, it's bad and there should be a forceful response. They're terrorists. It's who they are. It's what they do. The story of October 7th is October 8th, because what I could never have conceived of as possible was the most liberal, the most progressive, the most elite, the most educated, those who literally introduce themselves with preferred gender pronouns and take knees for Black Lives Matter, classmates, friends of mine, on the night of October 7th. They see the images of Jewish women like Naama Levy bleeding from her private areas. They see the images of Jewish babies like Kfir Bibas being kidnapped and hoarded onto motorcycles by strangers and deported into Gaza. They see the images of burnt, mangled, charred bodies, and the immediate reaction of those progressive and cultural elites is to jump out of bed, some were still in their pajamas, to draft what they called an emergency statement to blame Jews for the largest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. It's not hyperbole, it's not conjecture, it's not speculation. The statement literally begins, we hold the Israeli apartheid regime entirely responsible for ongoing violence in the Middle East. And it occurred to me right then and there that the people I had been marching with, voting for, allying myself with, they were literally the first ones to call for a globalized intifada, the first ones to call for the mass murder of the Jewish people. And purely out of self-interest, it occurred to me, these are not people that I can connect myself with anymore. And once I started questioning, no pun intended, that liberal orthodoxy, then I started questioning a lot of my other liberal beliefs. If American Jews are being held hostage in the terror tunnels of Gaza by Hamas, if American Jews are being physically assaulted on our college campuses, then yeah, the minimum wage stuff and the climate change stuff is nice, but it is irrelevant to me. Because when the house is on fire, all I need is someone with a bucket of water, even if I may disagree with the fireman's politics. And Donald Trump and the Republican Party, let's call a spade, were the only candidate, they were the only party who gave half a damn about what we were going through. I spoke at the Republican convention. I did not endorse President Trump in that speech. I went to the Democratic convention a month later. I gave them a list of a dozen progressive Jewish American students on college campuses, most of whom would probably be supporting Kamala Harris. And I said, these are American students who've been physically assaulted, who are stalked back to their dorm, who get death threats. Have one of them speak for 2 minutes at the DNC about anti-Semitism. I told the Democrats, don't let the Republicans be the only ones to talk about this issue. They said, no, we're okay. And I'll give you one last example. We went on the one-year anniversary of October 7th to the grave of Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, Lubavitch Rebbe, with Ben Shapiro, with Idan Alexander's parents, who was the last living American hostage, with Jerry Wartsky, an Auschwitz survivor, and with President Trump. President Trump came with us to pray for the safety and security of the American hostages. We reached out to Kamala Harris, and we said, why don't you come too? And she said, no. So we said, fine, you don't want to come when Trump is there, we get it, come a different day. She said no. So if you're not going to help our community, then why would we help you?
Right. Well, there's something I want to react to in what you said, which is why I brought William Buckley's books. And I encourage you and everybody else to read William Buckley, because one of the things I love about what he did in his writing and in his advocacy is to not divide Americans based on their ethnicity or religion or color or whatever it is, what I call the chopped fruit salad that the progressive left hopes that we would be chopped into. What I love about the United States of America is that here in this country, in my country, I'm not Marissa the Jew, I'm Marissa the American. E pluribus unum is the great American dream. I think the progressive attempt, and somewhat now on the woke right, the attempt to divide us as different communities that are expected to vote as voting blocks rather than be individuals, I think is a very dangerous thing. And the fall of America, which is the America of E pluribus unum, for many one, is going to be the fall of the entire world. And I think the reason America is a beacon of light in the world is because the true American dream, the American values, distinguish between humans into only two races, as Viktor Frankl would have said, the decent and the indecent, rather than the Jew, the African American, the Hispanic, the half Hispanic, half Black, half Jew, half Christian, right? That's the beauty of America as a nation. And I think that Donald Trump sees that as well. He doesn't look at you, Shabbos, as Shabbos the Jew. I think he looks at you as Shabbos the decent. And we look at America, and then by America we look at the world as the people who are fighting for good versus evil, decency versus indecency. In the case of what has happened in Israel, I think the reason why so many decent people, non-Jews, supported Israel is because they were able to discern good versus evil, right? They were able to look at what Hamas did on October 7th and the continuing 2 years after, even to date, what they're doing to their own people, and say, this is really evil, this is really indecent. And it doesn't take a Jew to be able to see that. It takes a decent person to see that. And I think that is just an important lesson that if you actually pick up some of William Buckley's book, I'll make one more endorsement of that, is that so you would think that he wrote this book today, really. I mean, this is a book that I think was written in the 90s, or at least it was compiled in the 90s. The same issues that he was addressing back then, calling the Jew, calling the African American, rather than simply the American, simply the decent, simply the indecent, right? These are things that he brought up back then. He even brought up the issue of the claim that Jews would have dual loyalty to another country. Well, what does that mean? Well, really, a strong America, a strong, decent, moral America is a strong, decent, more moral potential world. And by that, Israel benefits, but so would Canada, and so would Venezuela, as the woman who just received the Nobel Peace Prize said, I dedicate my Peace Prize to Donald Trump because he is doing something so decent for the world that it's actually helping Venezuelans as well. So I think it's an important contemplation, and tying this into your generation and how now post peace deal, what does the world look like for people your age? I mean, so much of it is through the lens of social media. I've noticed, by the way, that since the peace deal, the watermelons and the Free Palestine and all the other usual comments that you see right away within seconds of any post that has to do with Gaza or Israel, those comments virtually disappeared. They're gone. Have you noticed that?
I don't recognize my Instagram account anymore.
Right?
It just all disappeared.
And Shabbos, you're on social media quite frequently. Where are those comments that we saw?
First of all, to my deep regret, I'm on social media often. I would say this really underscores the obvious intellectual bankruptcy and the moral hypocrisy of the "it's a genocide, you're a baby killer, this is the Holocaust all over again," because if you truly believe that this is the Holocaust all over again and it's a genocide and you kill babies, you would be the first ones, you would be the loudest ones to cheer on President Trump's historic 20-point peace plan between Israel and Gaza. But to your point, not only have they refused to say anything, some of them have actually criticized President Trump for it. And if you really think that the interests of the Palestinian people are paramount with your political calculation, you would be cheering on this deal. And they're not. And I did a debate a few days ago, I won't say her name, but with a woman who's sort of caught in a political bind, because she hates Donald Trump. He is the closest we have to the reincarnation of Adolf Hitler. But at the same time, Israel has just been conducting the worst genocide in human history for the last 2 years. And she's in this bind because she can't give President Trump any credit. But at the same time, the genocide is over, so she's sort of stuck. She has to find a new political personality. And we're seeing that play out in real time. And I just want to go back to a point you mentioned earlier. We young people are faced with two choices right now, when it comes to American politics at least. I support Israel in the same way I support Taiwan, in the same way I support Ukraine. Yes, I'm a religious Jew, so I certainly have a religious attachment, but if that was the only reason I supported Israel, I would have moved to Israel and I would have scorned my American identity. But I'm, to your point, a proud first-generation American. That is literally the first way I introduced myself at the Republican convention. I'm a proud first-generation American. And I believe that America is at its best, is at its most productive, and when it truly exemplifies its founding principles, when it supports its allies, and when it recognizes that America first is not America alone. And you know who says this the most? President Donald J. Trump, who coined the idea of America first, that we recognize that Western hegemony and American dominance is something that can and should and must be preserved. And I'm so proud. I was so proud to be an American, to see my president go to Egypt, get 20 of the other world leaders on the last-minute schedule to show up And he's commanding the room, and there's an awareness that this peace deal would literally not happen without President Trump, without American ingenuity, and without the American people.
Michael, do Israelis think that there might actually be peace in the Middle East? What are people talking about in Israel?
I'm pretty cautious with it because I know who we're dealing with, and I mean, we're seeing the images from Gaza right now. I mean, we're not there. I mean, we took a step back, and you see what's happening on the streets right now.
Why are Gazans being killed in the streets right now? It's really hard to understand.
What I think, and by the way I know the region, Hamas has been weakened in this war by us. And Palestinians have lost their trust in it. Now they have to assert dominance and show power and strength. And by executing these Israeli collaborators, which may or may not be true, I personally don't know.
But they're claiming,
it doesn't matter.
Hamas leadership through their media is claiming that they actually won the war because they got 2,000 almost terrorists and leaders out of Israeli prisons in return for turning in about 20 live hostages. So they're claiming that they won, right? They're celebrating and they're claiming that they won. And so on the one hand, you're saying that they feel like they're being weakened and that's why they're killing their own people in order to assert control and dominance. On the other hand, they're also claiming that they won. So which one is it?
So first of all, for us, Israelis, Jews, there is a huge concept, no one gets left behind. I mean, the first day until now, all we wanted is for them to not ever able to do it again and to get the hostages back. Even in the opposite order. Get the hostages back was top priority. No chance were we able to just leave them there. And of course, they have to show that they're in a position of power, that they've won. And yeah, they got more people out, more terrorists, they got their own, whatever. But their world is more about respect and who's stronger, who's bigger, and it's not about if they beat us, it's about them and the Palestinians. Because October 7th happened, they had their hopes and dreams of what is going to happen after that. And 2 years after, Gaza is looking the way it's looking, and they're pointing their fingers at them. I mean, obviously at us as well, but now there are power struggles in Gaza. There are militant groups who are not associated with Hamas trying to take control and just basically be there for themselves, and Hamas is not having it. So now they have to display power again and dominance.
If I can jump in, I think your question is a question of definitions. So if you're defining victory as we didn't die, then sure, I guess you won. But if you're defining victory as we now have a historic peace deal, we are now going to add countries to the Abraham Accords. Our economy is at record levels. We have a renewed sense of patriotism and optimism within our country. Young people all over the world are looking at our country as a model for innovation and optimism through adversity. Then yeah, Israel kind of won. So at the end of the day, Hamas's stated aims for starting the war, I should say, that number one, they would create this coalition of allied willing countries. None of that occurred, number one. Number two, all of their leadership are now dead. And number three, there's a good argument to make that Hamas waged the war in order to prevent Saudi Arabia from joining the Abraham Accords. And that is not only back on the table, but it is now more realistic today than it ever has been. And that is a direct result of the monumentously, I'm trying to think of a nice word for it, disastrous decision to invade a sovereign country, kill its dogs, burn its homes, rape its women, kidnap its babies, and kill its civilians on October 7th.
How many people do you think of your generation have noticed what you just described and are saying, well, wait a second. A moment ago, I was marching or I was ignoring the tents on college campus, but now I'm kind of seeing something different. Now I'm seeing what Shabbos is saying.
Well, first of all, I always wish that people were listening to what Shabbos was saying. But
As am I.
But in terms of specifics, look, I don't know. Unfortunately, my answer would probably be not enough. And what I mean by that is you have to recognize at some point the inability for your political ideology to advance. meaning I was on the far left until it totally became inhospitable to reality, that I had to admit at a certain point that my politics were just wrong, that a society based on a false sense of idealism and naivete is just not a practical society. There is evil in this world, which is what you were alluding to earlier. And I wish young people especially were to recognize that there is evil, that not all cultures are equal. And it remains remarkable when you have individuals like Piers Morgan, for example, who will say that peace will come when the leadership of Hamas is out and the leadership of the Bibi right-wing government is out. There are certain cultures and there are certain countries that don't want democracy, that don't want to live side by side with their peaceful neighbors. And don't listen to Shabbos Kestamam as the right-wing MAGA PragerU guy. Listen to the Palestinian people. Treat Palestinians like adults. Ismail Haniyeh, Yahya Sinwar, they have repeatedly stated they don't want a two-state. They don't want the 67 borders. They want all of it. Don't listen to Shabbos Kesman. Listen to the campus activists at Harvard University, at Columbia, at Yale, who say, and I quote, "We don't want no 48. We want all of it." This is sort of the misdirection of American foreign policy of the last 20, 30 years, where we think as Westerners we can simply implant democratic values and virtues on cultures that A, do not want it, and B, let's call a spade, are archaic, are stuck in the 6th century, that believe in beheadings. I mean, these are actual things that are actually happening in the Middle East. And Israel is a beacon, not only of a country that doesn't do those things, but actually is aligned with Western values, with American principles. And I wish that young Americans, forget about your feelings towards Bibi Netanyahu or how this war was orchestrated. If you cared about the liberal virtues and values that you pretend to care about, then you would be the first ones to champion Israel. And you would wish that more countries in the Middle East would look a hell of a lot more like Israel and a hell of a lot less like Gaza.
Well, I would also argue that when it comes to foreign policy and life in general, people do like winners. And I think the issue that we have seen in the West with regards to foreign policy was this idea that you need to level the playing field. And so you need to bring Israel down to be at the same level as the Gazans, and you need to bring the Gazans up to be at the same level of Israel, which makes absolutely no sense. But that's what they have been doing all these years. Just reduce Israel's ability to defend itself and increase whatever support you can give to Gaza. So if they're on the same playing field, maybe you can bring peace. And that was really what was categorically wrong. And ultimately, I think it's what led college students your age and maybe even older to side really with the indecent, because it was about leveling the playing field rather than understanding really that there is a decent versus an indecent group, and giving more power to the decent will allow the decent to help bring up and lift up, hopefully, the indecent.
And if I may, I think to a small degree the Israeli government is somewhat complicit in that. I think the world will respect Israel when Israel respects Israel. And Israel, certainly on the PR battle, they had tried to make this argument that if, sort of what I was doing on a micro level at Harvard, if the Harvard students simply knew that Israel was the gay capital of the Middle East, they would just love us so much more because we're just like you. No. Israel is a different country, and that is a good thing. You should be proud of your differences. Be proud of what makes you unique, as opposed to acquiesce and placate yourselves and kind of dumbing it down to the lowest common denominator. No, the world will respect a strong Israel that is confident in its future. It is proud of its identity. And yes, on October 7th will never happen again. I think that will be Israel's best outcome of Israel respecting Israel.
Yeah, it's why intersectionality eats itself.
Yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about spirituality and religion. I do think that there is a religious revival in the West. Partially, I have to give credit, sadly, to the very important work that our friend Charlie Kirk was doing, and sadly he was taken, at least in my opinion, too soon from us. God knows what the reason is that it happened, but he has led to a religious revival, and we've seen many people go to church. And I do think that we have seen many people go to synagogue as well. And I want to have both of you comment on the need to fill in this God-sized hole in people's hearts, particularly the next generation. Is a religious revival possible in America? Is a religious revival possible in Israel? and particularly in Israel. It's interesting that it's a Jewish state with a very secular population that has felt very strongly about minimizing the role of religion in its country.
Well, I think it differs between people, but I totally agree with you. I mean, I went to shul more times here than I ever did in Israel. I think Israelis are currently in a point similar to after the Holocaust, where they're just looking for answers. What happened? How could it happen? And I think it strays some people more towards finding God and some people to more abandoning it. Some people are like, thank you for saving us. I found you in all of this. And some people are, how could you have let this happen? I think more people are leaning towards, I found you. I mean, I personally feel a bit more connected through all of this.
More connected to your faith?
Yeah. First of all, we need to take care of external affairs to be able to look inside and figure everything out. But I think it's an answer. Because sometimes people either are not looking for logic or aren't satisfied with it. And they need something deeper and higher to satisfy what they need. And I think faith is a great place to find it.
I wonder if, first of all, people should look into internal affairs, and then they will find that the external affairs might get solved. But Shabbos, I'll let you comment on that.
Couldn't agree with you more. Let me start off with how you first mentioned the question, which is to talk about Charlie Kirk. Charlie kept the Sabbath more than most Jews kept the Sabbath. Charlie learned the Bible more than most Jews learned the Bible. He went to Israel more than Jews went to Israel. I mean, he was just not only an incredible person, but he was just such an unbelievable figure in this revival of religious life here in America. So in terms of the specifics, Viktor Frankl, himself a Holocaust survivor, he writes in Man's Search for Meaning that man is, in fact, in this constant quest to find solace, comfort, answers in their life. And within Western civilization, we're great at a lot of things, but unfortunately, Western civilization in the contemporary era isn't really good at the religion aspect, because it seems to suggest that you can find those answers in physical, and I would argue fleeting things. This is ironically what King Solomon was talking about in the book of Ecclesiastes. And the more people bought into this narrative that you can find the meaning and purpose in really nice cars and in really nice houses and in instant gratification through your iPhone and social media, the more they realize, well, actually, that's not true, because I'm still unhappy, even though I have lots of money, and I still haven't found a successful partner in life, even though I have a really good job. And to your point, people are slowly looking internally, and perhaps the answers were in front of them their whole time. I went to Harvard, not to sue them, fun fact. I went to Harvard to study the Holocaust. That's why I'm depressed all the time. And one of the things I was particularly interested in researching the Holocaust was what was the religious lives of Holocaust survivors like? Because they'd obviously went through a trauma that is quite literally incomparable to any other trauma up at that point in human history and since. And the answer is basically it's complicated, and there's a lot of nuance. What's really fascinating is the released hostages from Gaza. All of them, literally all of them, have all stated that they either increased their level of religious observance, or even during their kidnapping, while they were in the terror tunnels of Gaza, you would hear people like Ron Braslovsky saying, I was offered by my captors to convert to Islam, and they would give me better food and better sleeping arrangements, and I said no. You hear about people like Eli Sharabi saying that they would recite on Friday nights the Kiddush, which is the sanctification of the wine that Jews recite every Friday night. I mean, these are fascinating, not just figures in Jewish history, but fascinating times that we're living in, when people have experienced the worst single-day massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, yet they're coming out of it even stronger in faith. And so maybe I should say this directly to the camera. If you're a Christian, go to church, receive communion, be an observant Christian, follow the laws, both in the Old Testament and the New Testament. And if you're a Jew, observe the Sabbath. Go to synagogue. You have to be a committed person. And I'll close by saying this. We're called the people of the book, which means for 3,000 years, we have political differences, we have ideological differences, we live geographically very far away from each other. But there's one thing that has united us, and that is the Bible. And I'm not saying people should keep Shabbat and they should wear kippah and they should keep kosher. I mean, I think they'll like it, they should try it. But what I am saying, and this I'm so emphatic,
Behold, a marvel more beautiful than any opera. Flawless, gearless, and with a newly designed hinge capable of over 10 years of folding. With an IP68 dust and water resistant rating. Perfect for my dark sanctuary, right underneath their feet. 8 radiant inches of internal display. And Google Gemini, my faithful AI companion. The Pixel 10 Pro Fold is a masterpiece!
Did you hear that?
It what?
Halloween tech fans, George here, and today we're diving into Google's latest hardware. But here's the headline. It's not just about the metal and glass, it's about the brain inside. And that brain's name is Gemini. The Google Pixel 10 Pro Fold features a 6.4-inch external screen that functions just like a regular Google Pixel. But when you unfold this beast, you unleash a massive 8-inch tablet-like display. Google has upped the Fold's durability with a new gearless hinge and an IP68 dust and water resistance rating. But real magic comes from the Pixel's new Tensor G5 chip, built to run Gemini. This changes everything. Imagine you're watching a presentation on one side of the screen. You can literally ask Gemini to summarize the key points and draft a follow-up email for you right here on the other side. Gemini understands the context. It makes multitasking so much smarter. The same goes for the incredible triple camera system. Gemini powers creative tools that let you edit photos with simple text commands. It's fast and it's brilliant. But this AI powerhouse isn't just in your pocket, it's on your wrist with the Pixel Watch 4. Now in 2 sizes, it's not just a tracker, it's your personal health coach. Gemini analyzes your Fitbit data and gives you actual proactive advice. It moves beyond just showing you charts to helping you improve your habits. And in your ears, your personal assistant. The Pixel Buds 2a use Gemini to help you get things done. Need directions to that new coffee shop? Want to brainstorm your next big idea while you're on a walk? Just say, "Hey Google." To sum it up, the hardware is fantastic, but the story here is Gemini. Google isn't just selling you a phone, a watch, and earbuds. They're selling an intelligent, connected ecosystem where Gemini makes every single device smarter and more helpful. Order all 3 at Verizon today.
Friday, October 17, 2025, and welcome back to Goodfellows, a Hoover Institution broadcast examining history, economics, and geopolitics. I'm Bill Whalen, I'm the moderator today, and I have a very envious job because I get to sit back and gain from the collective wisdom of a couple of my colleagues we jokingly refer to as the Goodfellows. That would include the historian Sir Neil Ferguson, hello Neil, and the economist John Cochran. Now, normally we have a third good fellow, that's Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, but the good general cannot join us today. We will somehow soldier on in his absence. So, gentlemen, 2 topics to get into today. I want to talk economics with you guys. October is a month a lot of people identify with economic hardship and bad news, stock market crashes, bank runs, and whatnot. So, Neil and John, I want the 2 of you to bat around some economic issues. But before that, let's talk about the big topic this week, and that is the prospect of peace in the Middle East. And joining us through this conversation is Russell Berman. Russell Berman is the Walter A. Haas Professor of Humanities here at Stanford University. He is a Hoover Institution Senior Fellow, as are Neil and John. Russell also co-chairs Hoover's Working Group on the Middle East and the Islamic World. Russell, welcome to Goodfellows.
Thanks for having me.
So, let's talk about the peace in the Middle East. Now, we could do an entire hour just on the history of peace deals, why some work and others don't. Today, in fact, is the 31st anniversary of Israel and Jordan initializing a peace deal. We're also closing in on 25 years since Bill Clinton tried to broker a deal between Israel and the PLO in the closing days of his presidency. Russell, I assume that you, and John and Neil, I assume you also looked at the 20-point plan put forward by the White House. Formally, it is called the Trump Declaration for Enduring Peace and Prosperity. And Russell, let's focus on that word enduring. You've looked at the plan, and my question to you, is it a plan that's designed to succeed, or is it destined to fail?
Bill, thanks for having me for this discussion. The plan is complex, and a lot of details remain to be worked out. I don't want to throw cold water on it, and it has succeeded in bringing out the live hostages, a very important first step. But it expects a lot that has already been reneged on by Hamas. It expects a disarmament of Hamas. It expects the return of the bodies of the deceased hostages. It is fair to say that not all those bodies will be easily found in the rubble of Gaza, but Hamas has clearly been dragging its feet. In addition, Hamas has been carrying out summary executions of members of competing factions in Gaza, and has said that it won't disarm and intends to participate in governance. So Hamas is already undermining the assumptions of the plan. In addition, there are very important next steps built into the plan that seem not to have been anything like developed. The International Stabilization Force, that is an alternative military to come in and take control, presumably to be made up of soldiers from various Muslim majority countries, Arab countries, sometimes Indonesia is listed as well. I don't think this has been worked through. In addition, the notion of a technocratic government, a non-political government of the Palestinians, nice idea, but I'm looking for the dotted I's and the crossed T's, and they're not there.
Gentlemen?
Well, as the economist, I always looked at people's interest. I of course, was very glad to see it happen. And I think we'll talk a little bit. Neil has a wonderful article on why it happened, how in particular, in 1 week, we went from everybody's jumping over themselves to recognize the new state of Palestine to this deal. The Arab countries turned around, so that's an interesting part. But yes, let's look forward. And here looking at interest, I have to be a little pessimistic. Hamas needs to be defeated. And you can't, we could put in a technocratic force, I don't know, to run Denmark, but this is a place with one armed militia, very sadly, going out immediately to start the civil war and to kill as many as they can of the other sources of power that people are kind of hoping might rise and provide a civil society. So, you can't put in an international force, UN peacekeepers, when there's no peace. Someone has to defeat them. And so my worry is that it's in everyone's interest to just let this place rot. Israel doesn't mind if Gaza rots so long as, rockets and terrorists don't come. And rightly so, nobody in Gaza wants them running it. The Arab countries, do they want to actually use the kind of force it's going to take to defeat Hamas and put some order in an anarchic Gangland? No, they don't want to do it. So it's to everyone's interest to let it rot. So much for Mara Gaza and the lives, prosperity, and peace for the Palestinians. Can you get me out of this kind of discouraging view?
Well, Neil, do you want to play the role of HR and be our optimist?
Happy to. I think, gentlemen, you're both being a bit too negative, and maybe because you're approaching this as academics, you're reading the 20-point plan and wanting footnotes. But of course, the architects of this plan are not academics. They're real estate guys. They're the deal guys, as Jared Kushner calls himself, and Steve Witkoff. And the key here is to look behind the 20-point plan, which I think they concocted from work that Tony Blair and his people did in the summer, and ask yourself, have the constellations of force changed in a way that is significant? And I think they have. First of all, I think this plan extricates Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu from a real cul-de-sac that he got into. He was increasingly so isolated that Israel began to remind me of apartheid South Africa in terms of its international situation. And his military option had boiled down to occupy the whole of Gaza, something that has been tried before without success. So one thing that happened that made this deal possible was that he overreached the strike against Hamas leadership in Doha so infuriated the Gulf Arabs that it gave Witkoff and Kushner a way to put pressure on Bibi. And I think it's important to recognize that President Trump's able to do that in a way that I'm afraid President Biden just wasn't. More importantly, they were able to get the Qataris in particular to lean on Hamas to sign the agreement. And getting the hostages out is a major breakthrough. It's not a trivial thing. It's really the whole point. Because now that the hostages are out, then there's a very stark choice. Hamas can either cooperate with the terms of this agreement or face destruction. And what have they got now? They don't have any hostages, though they may have the corpses of the hostages they murdered. So I think it does change the situation quite profoundly. And I'll say one last thing. When Jared Kushner first became involved in the Middle East as a problem of the first Trump administration, I remember discussing it with him. And his plan was essentially to make the Palestinians less important than the economic revival of the region, taking advantage of the economic interests that united Israelis and Gulf Arabs. Gulf Arabs need to diversify away from hydrocarbons. The Israelis have technology as well as democracy going for them. And that insight, when it was first proposed, was scorned by all the experts in the Middle East. I remember the sneering articles in the New York Times. I was one of the few people who said, you know what, this actually sounds like not a bad idea. And I think we are seeing here the revival of that project that it produced the Abraham Accords in the first Trump term, but gets the Gulf Arabs in particular and the Israelis into some better relationship with one another and makes the Palestinians less central to the grand problem of peace in the Middle East. So I think this is a really major breakthrough, not just because it gets the hostages out and leaves Hamas in a very vulnerable position should they decide to renege entirely on the deal. More importantly, I think it's about getting the Abraham Accords process back on track. And it is a huge success for the real estate guys. And I think we should just take our academic hats off to them.
But if I can, the real estate guys over the diplomats too. So you said Hamas faced destruction. Who is going to go in and destroy Hamas now rather than just let Hamas rot in Gaza? Yes, I agree entirely that economics first was a brilliant idea. They should have asked economists. We would have said the same thing. The Afghans have their own government. Having your own state is not the precondition for peace and prosperity. Peace and prosperity comes first, and then, people tend to pacify. So that was brilliant. And what I fear is that the Gulf Arabs and the Israelis can now we can go back to get ourselves rich, but, let the Gazans rot. Who's going to go in and make Hamas face destruction?
I think that's the likely outcome, John, that the Israelis and the Gulf Arabs are now basically on the same page, as Niels pointed out. And maybe Gaza doesn't have to be solved. Maybe it can just rot. Let's face it, for 50 years, the Arab states really haven't wanted a Palestinian state, and they continue to not have a Palestinian state, and Gaza is going to be a place of rubble. One question will be whether the Egyptians will let the Gazans emigrate. People have been leaving the whole Levant for decades, from Syria, from Lebanon. Why can't they leave from Gaza? That's it. So we're not going to solve Gaza, we're not going to solve Palestine, but we are going to solve the economics first prospect for the region.
So what happened in Great Britain on July 5th, 1945? And I think Neil knows the answer. Professor Ferguson?
I think you're thinking of the election that followed the victory in Europe, an election that Winston Churchill, of course, lost resoundingly to Clement Attlee's Labour Party.
Right. I mention this because Israel does not have an election until a year from now, October 27th, but I put this to the panel. Is Bibi Netanyahu in 2026 going to be Winston Churchill in 1945?
Well, I certainly think he's in a very weak position. And this is a kind of Churchillian tragedy in the sense that he has, in all kinds of ways, improved the strategic situation of Israel in the course of his career. It was Netanyahu who had the idea that if you focused on Iran as the bête noire, as the real enemy, it would make it easier to build bridges to the Arab states, neighboring and non-neighboring. It's Netanyahu who has been the Bismarck of the Middle East, using blood and iron rather than fine speeches to impose Israel's dominance in the military domain. And if you think of the successes that he's achieved in the last 2 years, think of the decimation of Hezbollah, to take just one example. Think of the fact that Bashar al-Assad is no more, gone. It's a remarkable record. But like Bismarck, he has incurred the opprobrium of bien-pensant liberals who want to look down on him for his Machiavellian, devious domestic politics. But I can assure you, you don't do this kind of things, least of all in Israel, without some pretty Machiavellian domestic politics. So I think probably this is nearing the end of Netanyahu's career. I hope it's not going to be an ignominious end. I think it would be a genuine tragedy if he ended up facing criminal charges and a sentence, indeed, for the kind of corruption allegations that have been made against him. He's achieved too much for that to be a just fate. But, you know, as you say, Bill, it's not like he has to face the voters tomorrow. And there may be time between now and the election for people to reflect on what he has achieved. I think it's actually a very significant achievement. And the strategic situation of Israel has been greatly improved, even if it's diplomatically looking quite isolated at the moment.
I agree that the Bismarck metaphor is appropriate for what Netanyahu has achieved in reshaping the map of the Middle East and Israel's position in it. It's my understanding, though, that at this point his coalition is actually somewhat up in the polls in Israel. So it's not absolutely dire for him. He's not particularly popular in European capitals, but he has a lot of support in Israel still. But as Neil said, it's a year away, and a lot can happen between now and then.
I would add, as Neil keeps reminding me, it's always the economy, stupid. If as we seem to be forecasting, everybody forgets about points 3 through 4 through 20 on the plan, and Gaza just sits the way it is, but Israel and the Arab states start getting going again. Israel economy is doing great. Netanyahu may be looking better. And your comment was also, Bill's question, I think, was also directed at the U.S. And Neil did a wonderful Uncommon Knowledge that I watched last week, pointing out that great foreign policy successes for U.S. presidents don't often translate into success at the polls. So, Trump has really scored some pretty amazing foreign policy successes. And yes, it turns out that if you know how to negotiate with the unions and the zoning board in New York, you're pretty well placed to negotiate with the Arabs in Hamas better than the professors of the Kennedy School. But is that going to translate into support at home for Trump any better than it did for Nixon and others, and George Bush I, who had great foreign policy successes?
Listen, what's going to happen next will include requests from Riyadh, from the Saudis, to get a kind of security guarantee that President Trump has given to Qatar. And because we're dealing with deal makers, President Trump's going to ask for something in return. And this could include improved relations with Israel. And that is moving toward strengthening of the Abraham Accord logic. So the region could well move forward, and Gaza remains a mess.
Another way of thinking about it, Russell, is that this is a Gaza peace plan, not a Middle East peace plan, as it's often, I think, misleadingly referred to. If you look at the wider wars that Israel has been waging, and some people say it's been fighting on 7 fronts, most of those fronts are still very much active. The most important by far is Iran. Now, Iran was really brought to its knees by Israeli air defenses and then Israeli air offenses, reinforced, of course, by President Trump's authorization of the strike on the Fordo nuclear facility. But Iran is in the process of recovering. It is selling more oil than ever to China. And there is the sign, I think the first signs of a recovery and of course a reconstruction of its devastated air defenses. I don't think that Israel can let Iran simply repair itself when it had Iran at its mercy just a few months ago. So I think one has to kind of step back and look at the whole region and see that there's unfinished business. In Tehran, there's unfinished business also with the Houthis. Hezbollah has been devastated, but it's not gone, and it's perfectly capable of reconstituting itself in Lebanon. And then there's the question of what happens next in Syria. Is there a way of getting this new regime into the Abraham Accords kind of path, which I think is the idea that Witkoff and Kushner have been, and indeed Trump have been toying with. So there's a lot still to think about in the Middle East. I think anybody who says peace in the Middle East is coming is wrong. We're almost certain there's more conflict, especially between Israel and Iran. But I think the key thing was to stop Gaza being the focal point of all debate, particularly because of the effect it was having in isolating Israel diplomatically. And that's why it was so important to get something done in Gaza, get hostages out. And now I think Hamas is in a weak position. I just want to go back to a question that John asked. What happens if Hamas completely defies the terms of the agreement? Then I think they're in a much weaker position. They've suffered tremendous losses over the last 2 years. B, they control quite a lot less of Gaza than they did before, because under the terms of the deal, in effect, Israel controls half, slightly more than half of Gaza. And Hamas is carrying out its reprisals, its terroristic actions in only part of the territory that it used to control entirely. So I think if they flout the things that they've signed up to, they're not going to get a lot of sympathy in Doha or anywhere else. And as President Trump said on social media just in the last 24 hours, if Hamas doesn't stick to the deal, then it can be destroyed. So I don't rule that scenario out.
Well, you're certainly right. And we should emphasize the Abraham Accords are as much about let's all get together and counter Iran as they are about economics, which is a good sign of the Abraham Accords. But I do, it will be interesting to see how things go in the half of Gaza that Israel keeps running, and hopefully that will be at least a model of things running a little better. But terrorist organizations depend on foreign funding. And Gaza has been, Hamas has received all sorts of funding from foreign governments and the United Nations and all sorts of useful idiots. And I'm cynical that they would not start pouring money in. Now, maybe not the Arab governments in this time, but certainly, wealthy people around, there's wealthy people who hate Israel who will pour money in that Gaza will steal. The United Nations and they'll come and pour money in and Gaza will steal it. So I wonder that Gaza will really be as cut off, as you say, and who is actually going to go in with force and do anything about it. I think that's a hard question.
In all the discussions about recognizing a Palestinian state that took place in Europe, everyone mouthed the notion that Hamas should be disarmed. The only force willing to try to disarm Hamas has been the IDF. The International Salvation Force, this would be the Egyptian army and the Jordanian army. Where is it? Right? It's the Pope's battalions. So I think that President Trump's threat that Hamas might still be destroyed is one possible scenario. The other is, I think, John, you mentioned Afghanistan. It could just become this isolated enclave where people live in misery. Everybody's in agreement that life there is terrible, but nobody is going to decide to go in and let it rot. Now, there will be some funding. I'm not sure if the Qataris will continue to fund. Maybe they're high on the list of likely donors. And then I guess UN aid is coming in, and UN aid is really just support for Hamas. but it's not going to be a pretty picture there in Gaza, and the Gazans are one way or another going to get out. They'll buy their way out individually, as has been happening all along, but maybe it just won't be solved.
I don't know if you saw the Trump tweet the other day where he said to Hamas, if you think about re-engaging in violence, we will come in and we will wipe you out. And then he said, end of message or something like that. Now, ordinarily Hamas might look at that and laugh, but this is a president who unleashed bombers on Iran's nuclear facilities. So, Russell, how pivotal was that attack on Iran in terms of pushing forward this peace process?
Of course, it knocked out the foundation of the axis of resistance. But as Neil pointed out, it's not gone. It's trying to rebuild. The Middle East is the gift that keeps on giving. In Lebanon, in Syria, in Yemen, and Iran. All of that suggests to me also that when elections come in Israel, it's not as if the alternative to Netanyahu is going to be a peace candidate. The Israeli left has disappeared. The Israeli public is not in the mood to compromise. Now there may be anti-Netanyahu animosity because they don't like the guy or the corruption charges, but American liberals, the New York Times, shouldn't imagine there's going to be a Eugene McCarthy, a Bernie Sanders running against Netanyahu. That's illusory.
Let's go back to the Abraham Accords and the idea of the Middle East moving forward. Russell, I'm curious as to your thoughts about how the Abraham Accord, and John, this is going to get into economics, how it's going to transform the region in terms of, and Neil has referenced this in terms of, for example, moving off fossil fuels, but how can the Accords both change the region economically, but also culturally? Is there going to be a cultural change in the Middle East?
Maybe what is pushing the economic model, the Abraham Accord model, inexorably forward is the young generation in Saudi that wants to have prosperity, that wants to have jobs, and the promise inherent in Mohammed Salman's Project 2030. There's a vision of a prosperous region that would stretch from the Gulf up through Israel. Gaza could have been a linchpin in this. Maybe it still will be, but nobody's going to invest there until Hamas is gone, because as long as Hamas is there, there's going to be fighting. Maybe they'll just have to work around Gaza. But integrating Israelis' technology and innovative capacity with the capital of the Gulf is how to build a prosperous region. There's a kind of irony here that there's a prospect for that Middle East region, the Gulf through Israel, maybe the larger Levant. I don't mean North Africa. Maybe that region could really flourish in the current decades, while we're watching the former colonial powers really decline with zombie economies and an incapacity for governance. Think of France, think of UK.
What's exciting to me about the vision that Jared Kushner had in the first Trump administration is that it's not just something that a bunch of development economists at the State Department or the World Bank came up with. It's an actionable business plan. And in the period of what you might think of as the interregnum when Joe Biden was nominally president, what was Kushner doing? Well, with Affinity Partners, he was building an investment fund, raising money from the Qataris and the Saudis, and investing that money in things like Israeli defense companies. So although that gets criticized, not least in the New York Times, because having left government, you're supposed to just kick your heels, minding nobody's business. In reality, I think what has happened is that Kushner's fund has deepened his ties in the region and shown that the Abraham Accords are a business plan as well as a diplomatic solution to the problem.
I would just add that the Abraham Accords, well, I like the idea of economics first, were very heavy on state-directed investment as is the general plan by the Saudis. And that produces big projects, and sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. The Soviet Union was big on state-directed investments, as Steve Kotkin shows. They know how to make an enormous steel mill out in the middle of nowhere somewhere, but not always a profitable one. So, a plan more based on free markets, entrepreneurship, initiative, ease of trade, and so forth, I think would have had better long-run economic prospects. These are still very highly regulated economies. Even Israel is, talk to anybody trying to run a business in Israel. It's full of permits and regulations and all the usual stuff. So I would have more faith in a plan that was more based on liberal market principles rather than here's our plan for $1 billion that we are going to direct to some solar project in the middle of the desert here, whatever.
I still think you're being too negative. I think the idea that you can get Saudis to invest in Israeli companies is really quite profound. And it helps to be a historian here. Russell, see if you agree with me. If you think back to the last surprise attack that was launched against Israel 50 years before October 7th, 2023, the Yom Kippur War, think of the world then. Now, then the Israeli economy really was a highly regulated, indeed virtually socialist economy with huge problems. Moreover, Israel was very isolated. It was a coalition of Arab states that went to war in 1973. And Israel really only had the United States to turn to at that time. Moreover, that war escalated into a major economic shock that affected the whole world because of the oil embargo imposed by the Arab OPEC states. Now, we're in a completely transformed world now, where the Arab states are in fact recognizing Israel one by one through the Abraham Accords, and then through private channels investing in Israel. And it's Iran alone, the Islamic Republic, that organizes the terrorist attacks and directly attacks Israel. So when you compare Israel's situation over 50 years, you can see how much better it is. I remember asking when I was last in Jerusalem last year, a veteran of the 1973 war, is Israel's situation better today than it was then? And this was just shortly after October 7th, when the mood in Israel was pretty bleak. But his response was unhesitating. He said it's a vastly better situation that we're in today. And I think that's the key, that there really has been a significant improvement in Israel's position, both economically and militarily and strategically. And these are the achievements that sometimes get lost in the daily debates.
I think that historical shift is true. But John, I agree with your hesitation about these state-run economy plans in theory, but I wonder what you're measuring it against. It's not as if the West is a beacon of free market either. So this is about maybe as good as it gets in the world today.
No.
Policy is the metric.
My job as a free market economist is always to hold out hope that, things could be better. But this is fantastically good. Israel is much more liberalized than it was back when it was truly socialist. It is a tech startup hub, a defense, innovative place. It could be better. Maybe we'll have Russ Roberts on next time when it is in Shabbat, and he can complain a little bit about Israel. But it is wonderfly better than it was. I think, let's get back to the Palestinians, who I would love to see have a prosperous, peaceful life at some point. A lot of the redevelopment plans for the West Bank, which there might be a place that, people could live a prosperous life. Even that involves lots of, state money going into various development projects, which is, I think, a lot of it that gets wasted. But absolutely better than the alternative, no question. I always hold out hope for better still.
And a shout out here for another guest that we've had on this show in the past, Dan Senor, whose book Startup Nation was one of those books that I think forced everybody to reassess Israel. One of the things that's most interesting to me about the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces that we were talking about earlier, is not just that they are phenomenally good at very difficult kinds of warfare, and I don't think nearly enough recognition has been given to the extraordinarily difficult task that they have faced in Gaza over the last 2 years. But they are also a highly innovative military, and there have been many spin-offs, commercial companies that have come out of people who served in the IDF, understood some of the challenges, and saw technological solutions to them. So I think this is another reason to be an optimist. For all of its challenges, Israel remains a very innovative society. And maybe that's because it constantly has to fight for its survival. But I'm an optimist that they'll continue to be a place that generates innovation and attracts capital. And if that capital starts to flow from the Gulf, because the Gulf states realize that they can't base their future on extracting hydrocarbons, then that seems to be the economic underpinning of this Abraham Accords process that Jared Kushner originally envisioned. Now, I mention him one more time because I think he has not received anything like the recognition he deserves. On the contrary, I think he's been the recipient of some of the nastiest press that I can think of being directed against a public individual in the last 10 years. But if you read his book, which is really very good, it gives an account of where the Abraham Accords came from as a project and all the different people who played a part in making it happen. And it's this capacity to get particularly people in Saudi Arabia, in the Emirates, now more recently in Qatar, to realize there is a path forward, that the path to peace lies through economic interaction with Israel. That is the real genius here. And I do think it represents a paradigm shift. We used to think that solutions in the Middle East would come from diplomats or academics coming up with elaborate plans and then development funds being brought in. To think about this as something that the private sector can drive, I think is really, really new. And despite all the criticisms that are directed routinely at President Trump, he's been able to achieve what eluded Joe Biden, and I think would have entirely eluded Kamala Harris if she had become president.
Well, I have to object. We who always thought that the UN and diplomats and World Bank development funds was the secret of success, because we have been saying this is a terrible idea for years. And that is, if what we're talking about is Saudi private funds going into fund vehicles that invest in Israeli startups, yeah, I think the danger is, 50-mile long, 1-mile-high apartment buildings through the desert. That's the kind of investment that state-run investments lead to, and that's just a waste of money.
Okay, a quick question, gentlemen, then Professor Berman is going to leave us. Neil wrote a great column in the Free Press that I recommend all of you check out, and he has a phrase for the Trump approach to diplomacy. It's called real estateism. So my question to the three of you is real estateism transferable? In other words, he's about to meet with Vladimir Putin. Will real estateism work in terms of dealing with Putin? And he's going to meet at some point, I assume, with Xi Jinping during his presidency. Will it apply to China?
We were just talking about this shift from a model driven by diplomats and international organizations to one driven by the private sector. And the question, I think, for this coming period, it will be whether that paradigm shift in the Middle East has international implications. Is the world going to be doing business by doing business differently going forward? So real estateism, I suppose, is one name for this, or one version of it. I think there are two aspects. One is understanding that territory really matters. It's not a matter of principles. It's not a matter of ideals. It's not a matter of democracy. It's about who controls what ground. That's why there's a fight over Ukraine. That's why there may be a fight over Taiwan. And I would put the Greenland question on that list. The second aspect is what sort of professional is going to be operating in the negotiations of the future. Will it be the Kennedy School, or will it be the business school? Will it be conceptual idealists, or will it be hard-nosed businessmen? And I think we're moving to this. This is why President Trump may not be an outlier, but a harbinger of a different sort of personality, someone who brings real world, business world, real estate or otherwise savvy to international affairs.
Well, I really enjoyed Neil's piece on real estate. I think the danger of it is you need to not just have the ability to make a deal, you need a goal. So where are we going? And sometimes a lot of this stuff seems to be, we have tactics, but we're not clear on where we're going. We pursue that consistently over a long period of time. That desire was stated by the diplomats, and the tactics of real estateism, I think, could be useful, but only if that happens. Second, real estateism, as Neil pointed out, there's a bottom line is a positive-sum game. Where there's a lot of how much do I make, how much you make, but at the end, we've got to get this building built, and we all profit from that. And sometimes in international affairs, that's not true. And finally, Greenland. I'm glad you brought up Greenland. It's just a place where real estateism would really help in international affairs is if we would just buy stuff. So, Trump's brought out the military very quickly, and I think he meant that as kind of a threat. But it would make abundant sense for the U.S. to buy Greenland. And we got the money and the tiny amount of people, we could make them all insanely rich. We should buy things more often. If Putin had told Ukraine in 2010, I'd like to buy Crimea from you, he probably could have gotten it much cheaper than he's getting it right now, and a lot of people wouldn't be dead.
Well, real estateism is the highest form of realism, and this was really the pun that I intended. Thus far, it hasn't worked with Putin. Remember, at Anchorage, the summit failed because the deal that Trump and Witkoff put before Putin, you get some more square miles of Donbass and you get to keep Crimea, but you have to let Ukraine continue to exist as an independent state, wasn't of any interest to Putin. And Trump is still a little sore about that. The negotiations are ongoing as we speak. We'll see where they go. But until the costs of continuing the war rise significantly for Putin above where they are now, I don't think that there's going to be a success for real estateism with respect to Ukraine. As for Taiwan, that is going to be the most interesting of all these diplomatic transactions, because President Trump clearly wants to have a meeting and then a summit with Xi Jinping, and he clearly has some notion of a big, beautiful deal in mind. But the Chinese are going to play hardball because this deal is going to be based partly on the leverage that they have through their monopoly or near monopoly on rare earths, and because of their ultimate demand that Taiwan cease to be de facto an autonomous entity and come under the control of Beijing in the way that Hong Kong has. So this is the big one, and it's going to be extremely interesting to see how real estateism works when it comes into contact with the Chinese Communist Party, which has a very different approach to diplomacy.
And you're also right, it's not a one and done. We finally fought, we built the building. This is going to be something that goes on for long past Trump's presidency, so it may not yield to the real estateism. Let's get one big deal, build the building, and we're done approach.
Russell Bergman, thanks for joining us today. I would add, by the way, Russell is in New York City. New York perhaps soon to have negotiations with the Trump administration when its new mayor comes in. We'll see if real estateism works in New York City.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Okay, on to our B block in economics. And John Cochran, thank you very much for mentioning it's the economy stupid, because that was the Clinton campaign's mantra in 1992. Did you know, John, that I worked on the Bush campaign? Did you know, John, that it's the only November losing Bush campaign? If you go to a Bush reunion, you have a big L on your forehead because of that. So thank you for that trauma, John. But let's talk economics. Let me ask the obligatory layman question to you two very bright individuals. Every time October comes around, the media flood us with stories about, is the crash coming? And sure enough, the journalist Pedro Sorkin is making the rounds with the book in which he claims that 1929 is fast approaching. So, gentlemen, is the crash coming, or are we getting a little hysterical talking about the crash? I turn to you, the grumpy economist.
Okay. Because Neil is even more qualified than me. The crash is coming. When? I don't know. I mean, stocks go up, stocks go down. That's obvious. I don't think 1929 is coming. I think 2000 might be coming. These events go in a pretty standard cycle. We have a fascinating new technology, a lot of excitement about it, a lot of trading on information or opinions about who's up, who's down. Price-earnings ratios go way high. We build a lot of data centers, scratching our heads now at just where is the earnings going to come to justify all this investment. Sooner or later, those stocks come back to earth, especially once the initial froth dies down or some piece of it comes out. Is it terrible? No. Then we will have all these data centers as we've built a lot of fiber optic cable. We have fiber optic cable. Stocks falling by themselves is usually not that bad for the economy. That's 2000 was not 2008. When stocks go down, you go home, you have a whiskey, you scream at the dog. There's not much you can do about it. It's not really a big problem until banks and credit and debt gets involved, and then the credit process dries up and the economy falls. So I think there's a good chance that sooner or later, it's an easy forecasting, that sooner or later those very high valuations will come down. People will lose some money. AI will keep going. The economy might slow down a little bit, but I don't see 1929. But maybe a little bit.
Well, I haven't yet read Andrew's book, but I did encourage him to write it because he did such an extraordinary job in Too Big to Fail on the 2008-2009 financial crisis that it just seemed a great idea to have somebody with his skills go back and tell the story of 1929. And it's actually a book that doesn't exist, or at least it didn't until this one came out. There are lots of books about the Great Depression, but they're strangely lacking in the kind of narrative detail that one ideally would like to have. So I'm really looking forward to reading this, and I'm sure it'll be terrific. I agree with John. The preconditions for something as cataclysmic as 1920, 1932 aren't there. Let's remember that it wasn't just that you had the Roaring Twenties and a stock market bubble. You then had a Federal Reserve that did almost everything wrong to magnify the shock, allowing banks to fail in such large numbers that you had a roughly 30% peak to trough decline in prices and unemployment soaring to very close to 30%. I mean, this was an economic disaster, unprecedented and unmatched since in American economic history. That's highly unlikely, I would say almost impossible to repeat itself, not least because economists and central bankers learned lessons from the mistakes. Think only of the fantastic lessons our great Hoover Fellow Milton Friedman learned from the Depression. So I think we won't make those monetary mistakes again. On the other hand, when you turn to trade policy, you get a slightly different picture. Shocking facts of the day. The American average tariff rate is estimated to be back today to where it was in 1934. I think if you told every single one of John's colleagues in economics a year ago that US tariffs were going to go back to the levels of the rates of 1934, they'd all have predicted a recession, if not a depression. And one of the odder things is that we've done that. President Trump has done that. The tariffs are coming in at these levels that are 10 times what we saw prior to his entry to the political scene. And yet here we are. The markets are still close to record highs, and the recession that people keep talking about shows absolutely no sign of materializing. So this is a fascinating time to be an economist, I'd have thought, John. It's certainly a fascinating time to be an economic historian, because all the things we used to say about free trade and tariffs, particularly about the role of tariffs in the Depression, looking a bit shaky, because no bad stuff is happening of the sort that would have been predicted a year ago if you'd known what Trump was going to do then.
I think actually most economists were not jumping to tariff recession.
But they were, John. The ones with Nobel Prizes all wrote a letter. You've got to remember this. All the Nobel laureates wrote a letter saying that unless Kamala Harris was elected president, terrible things would happen because President Trump would do tariffs, and he's done tariffs, and where are my terrible things? I don't know.
I object to your the Nobel Prizes. None of the Nobel Prizes from Chicago signed that letter because, the Nobel Prizes are center-left Democrats in full Trump derangement syndrome, and anything Trump does, they would say. So they annually embarrass themselves with joint letters on ridiculous things. Tariffs are a supply shock, if you will. They are, they're a sales tax on some kinds of goods. We have sales taxes on other kinds of goods. It doesn't kill the economy. What supply shocks do is they lower the economy's long-run growth rate. So really the danger of tariffs is not that it will cause a recession. Recession seems to always need something financial to go wrong. Somebody to go bust and lose a lot of money, and then credit runs up. That's the sharp kind of decline of a recession. But tariffs are just like regulations and taxes. They're sand in the gears that slow down the growth rate and turn us a little more into something that looks like France, rather than something that will dump the economy right now. The uncertainty about tariffs was something that more economists said, oh, wow, people will stop investing. And it seems that investment's slowing down, except tech investment is way off the roofs. On supply, there's headwinds and tailwinds. So, one of the great things Trump did first day in office was we are not going to commit energy suicide like Europe does. So there's a positive supply shock. So, the supply end of it is kind of, there's the good things, there's the tariffs, which are an extra tax. And I think they will if they stay, they will have their effect in the longer run. We become a more protected economy, a less competitive economy, a less innovative economy because there's less pressure to do things. We do things inefficiently, buy stuff abroad, you do it at home, it's more expensive. So it's kind of a boil the frog effect rather than something that immediately causes a recession.
And you two give me a couple good minutes on one tariff in particular, and that is China, the 100% tariff on China. This, of course, drives the market crazy. Trump dropped the bomb on this a week ago. The market lost $2 trillion in value. Neil, there's a very ominous headline in the Free Press that it reads, Neil Ferguson, will trade war become a real war?
Well, of course, the real issue here is not what President Trump threatened to do, it's what China threatened to do. Last week, the Chinese government announced that it was going to create a licensing system for all rare earth exports to everywhere, not just to the US. And since China has a near monopoly on rare earths, mining and particularly refining, that was a pretty big gauntlet to throw down before Xi Jinping and Donald Trump meet in South Korea later this month. And that elicited a response from Trump, which was to threaten to go back to 100% tariffs on Chinese imports. We've been there before, remember, and the last time we were there, it was the Chinese who threatened to restrict rare earth exports, and that led to something of a de-escalation. So we're now into another round of a kind of economic war that dates back all the way to the first Trump term when he first started to impose tariffs, as well as to impose restrictions on Chinese tech companies. I don't think it's going to boil over into real war, just to be clear. That would be the nightmare scenario, the war over Taiwan that we've often talked about in this show. Right now, I think they're both content to trade economic blows as they have been doing all year. And the hard thing to predict is who blinks. It's been Trump on at least 2 occasions this year so far, because we went from full embargo on Chinese imports at the very height of his tariff imposition to quite quick de-escalation when the Chinese first played this rare earths card. And they just played it again, only this time they've really slammed it down on the table. It's going to be quite fascinating to see how this gets resolved, if it gets resolved, before the two leaders meet in South Korea. I suspect Treasury Secretary Bessent is working very hard on this as we speak.
Yeah, the way we pose the question to start with is really not what tariffs are about. It's not about a tax on imports and how much this stuff cost. Tariffs are a geopolitical weapon, and one thing certainly it's become clearer to me is that they may not hurt the U.S. that much, but they hurt the other countries a lot. I visited Switzerland, and the first thing anybody wanted to ask me was, what about those 35% tariffs? What the hell do we do to deserve this? I said, well, I don't work for the administration, so I can help you. So these are being used as a trade war, in a geopolitical strategy. How's that working out? Not well, I would say. I mean, one of the most important things is what is the goal? And we're kind of playing tactics. What do we want the Chinese to do? When do we say, okay, enough, we've done it? And it doesn't seem clear. Now, the rare earths is interesting because, we slap export controls on China. And everyone says, oh, yeah, we don't want to send them chips that they might use in their fighter aircraft. And China turned around and said, well, you use rare earths in your fighter aircraft, so we don't want to send you rare earths you use in your fighter aircraft. So that kind of is a deep puzzle there. It's, in some sense, hard to object. On the security end, I mean, why don't we make rare earths? Well, because it's impossible to get the permits in the U.S. But I do think this leads to a danger of too much reshoring. To have enough rare earths around to build F-35s in a war, you just need a big stockpile of rare earths. You don't need that every bicycle's electric motor gets made by rare earths made in the U.S. from union labor in the U.S. and so forth. So that's a danger of a permanent state of wrapping everything in the flag. So the negotiation comes, and I wish they were clear about where they want it to go, because we got to climb off this. 100% tariffs from China and no rare earths to the U.S. It's going to take us 20 years to build rare earth mines, even if we want to do it. And, by the way, we need allies. The answer to the rare earth problems is, Australia's got them, and Brazil's got them, and we can refine them in other places in the world. Well, everybody else around the world is kind of pissed off with us right now, so it would be nice to be clearer about tariffs on our allies if we want people to join us and try to create something outside China.
Okay, one final economic question. We're going to go lightning round. Speaking of 100%, the International Monetary Fund, or IMF, came out with a rather dire warning this week. It claims that government debt worldwide is on a course to hit 100% of GDP by 2029. The U.S. is projected to surpass 140%. China is going to reach about 113%. Neil and John, does any country have a plan to avoid this?
Well, a couple spring to mind. The Germans, of course, imposed a kind of hair shirt on themselves by having a debt brake. They've lifted that debt brake so they can rearm and do something to deter Russia. So the Germans are in a much better fiscal position than anybody else. Of course, they might not stay that way if they run deficits for the next 10 or 20 years. The other interesting case, which has become highly topical in the U.S. news, is Argentina, where President Javier Milei tried to eliminate a 5% of GDP deficit in a year. We talked about this shortly after I visited Buenos Aires back in July, when it all was going very well. It's gone a lot less well in recent months, partly for political reasons, because the usual suspects, the Peronists, are trying their best to destabilize his government, and partly because of a kind of nasty technical monetary policy problem. If you're running a central bank in an emerging market and your exchange rate starts to become a source of stress, you raise rates. By raising rates, you weaken the economy. It's a familiar story. John's probably taught many a class on this kind of a currency crisis. But there's an exception that proves the rule. The exception is when you've got Donald Trump on your side. And President Milei has been, in effect, bailed out by the U.S. Treasury in a way that I think has almost no precedent. I don't think the Mexicans ever got deals as good as this, kind of unconditional credit line from the U.S. Treasury. Will it see Milei through the coming midterm elections? Well, we've got only a few days to go, and I think everybody in Buenos Aires is crossing their fingers and toes. But it's been an extraordinary sequence of events with, I think, very few presidents in the history of Latin American debt crises. Right, John?
The debt break, the Germans had this lovely debt break. You said they broke it in order to finance military, and I would add finance military without cutting back on their social spending, because military is still couch change. It's still a couple % of GDP. Social spending is half of GDP. So they didn't want to even cut down a little bit. Switzerland has a debt brake, and it's working very well. You want a country that actually does something about it? I think the debt brakes are an excellent idea because they guarantee people if you borrow money, you're going to repay it. And that really, that Hamiltonian faith in your country's debt is very useful. Plans are easy. We all know how to solve this debt problem. The only question is, when do our governments get around to doing the obvious things? Tax reform, social program reform, but things grow a little bit. So there's bipartisan plans all over the place. And I think I'm actually becoming more optimistic. When interest rates go up, governments will wake up and do something about it. Or democracy and Western civilization will fail to take a choice. Argentina is lovely. Now, Milei was very free market about everything except for, puzzlingly, the dollarization, which was the thing he kind of went in on. And that's really the answer to Argentina's woes. And I added it up. All of Argentina's money is $40 billion. So Besant's only 20 billion short. You can exchange all of Argentina's pesos for $40 billion of US dollars. And that's on the level of bailouts, actually, that's small compared to the Latin American bailouts and bank bailouts we've done. They usually are hundreds of billions. So yeah, I would just say dollarize the thing tomorrow. It's only going to cost another $20 billion. Now, then all the debt is dollar-denominated debt. And we're back to how does Argentina pay back dollar-denominated debt? But they swung to surplus very quickly. And I think, then you're back to just a regular debt crisis, not regular devaluation. But Argentina would do very well if they just dollarized and gave up on the whole business.
Okay. John, I think we owe you another economic round, a future show. We didn't get into the Fed. We didn't get into the AI bubble, which fascinates me, which gets us back to the 1920s scenario. But, gentlemen, it's on to the lightning round. Very simple one question. What are you reading these days, Neil?
Well, I have been reading the works of one of our fellows, namely Thomas Sowell, prolific author. I found I'd read only a small fraction of his work, and ahead of the conference that we were about to hold to celebrate his extraordinary achievements and 95th birthday, I read his remarkable trilogy, Race and Culture, Migrations and Cultures, Conquests and Cultures, and I was blown away by the erudition, the scope, the radicalism of the argument. Just fantastic stuff. Can't recommend those books too highly.
I can't recommend them too highly as well, because I read his stuff on race starting in the 1980s, and it was just eye-opening. In particular, how he just brings factual detail to bear. He traces how small ethnic groups that white people can't tell apart and how differently they do in the U.S. That the kind of factual detail that most people don't do, and it just makes the argument utterly persuasive. I have been reading Knowledge and Decisions, a single book, but his economic masterpiece. My assignment for next week was to summarize this one economic masterpiece, which it is, really bears reading. It's just another treasure trove of detail about how it's not really about economics, it's about how organizations and politics and non-economic structures work and don't work to funnel the information around that they'll need to get anywhere. So fascinating read, and we'll get to discuss it on Tuesday.
Right. So, Neil, I've been reading history. In particular, I've been reading the works of Theodore White and his Making of the President series beginning in 1960, because politics is very different in 1960, 64, 68 in particular. But also, this is just a very straightforward accounting of campaigns. There is no effort to go out and get Neil Ferguson to dime on John Cochrane or so forth. In political books these days, that's how you sell books. You put tawdry things and just how it moves copy. This is just plain old reporting. It's delightful to read.
I agree. I know those books well. I read two of them when I was writing the first volume of the Kissinger biography, and you're right, they're terrific.
All right, gentlemen, with that, we will conclude this episode of Goodfellows. We will be back in late October/early May. Michael McFaul, Hoover Fellow, former ambassador to Russia, will be our guest. Also a reminder that in November we are doing a mailbag show. So if you have a question for Sir Neil, a question for John, a question for HR, or a question for some combination of those three, please send them in, and you go to the Hoover Institution's website, hoover.org/askgoodfellows, to pose your question. Once again, hoover.org/askgoodfellows. On behalf of the Goodfellows, Sir Neil Neil Ferguson, John Cochran, the truant HR McMaster. Hope you enjoyed today's show. As always, thanks for watching. We'll see you soon. Until then, take care.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
Unlike other protein shakes with artificial dyes and flavors, new Strawberry Kachava is made with real strawberries, plus whole body nutrition that's oh so very good for you. Try new Strawberry Kachava today.